for the trading morning. We got people connecting to us from all over the world. So whatever time zone you're in, I think we'll just say welcome to. It's funny. What are we calling this now? Trading the market or trading the markets? Learn to earn. We've been making some shifts in that. I even added to the website earn while you learn. I'll have to thank Maureen when she pops in. Hey, Biger. Hey, Leland, are you joining us in the monthly today? Raise your hand, I'll send it out to you. Zoom to the moon. Very good, Don. If you're just joining us, welcome aboard. This is price action trading of the S&P 500 E-mini with Sal Shaul. Trading the markets, looking to learn to earn or earn better, I guess. There's a lot that goes on here, both publicly and privately. Publicly, as you hear my voice, privately back and forth in chat text. If you're joining us from the outside, join us from the inside. Look for the link. The link is login free now at www.zoomItlive.com. zoomItlive.com. Saul's going to be joining us shortly. When he steps in, you'll hear his voice. Yesterday, we had a little overplay between my voice and his voice because I didn't have the right slide up for his voice. Hopefully I have it up now that way. You know, I learn while doing. So sometimes I mess up. Or I don't know what I'm doing, and then I figure it out. You know, if you're new to trading, let us know. We'll be happy to see if we can give you some of the tools, particularly a trading platform. You'll notice the trading platform that we use is very simply represented based on the charts. Saul sets out an opportunity for himself in his own trading, his key proprietary scalping levels. He gives them out to everybody in audio. These are his areas or zones that he is looking at for this morning's window of the morning session. So when he gives them out, write them down. Pay attention to what happens in and around those areas and zones. You know, it's interesting. There's a lot of distraction that happens during the trading day, distracting you from, you know, where the money is. So don't let that happen to you. Hey, Roop, Peter O, Pedro, Maureen. Hey, Maureen, I used that line that you gave yesterday, the learn while you earn. I put it on the website. Made some adjustments last night. I just wanted to see how that looked. It looked pretty good, so I kept it. Yes, thank you. Hey, Greg H., good morning. Hey, Ed A., welcome back. So, Leland, let me know. Oh, that's nice. I'm glad that I just started putting that back up in AMP. I'll have to go in there again today. I usually like to do it on a Monday afternoon. But Matthew, thank you. If you want to post something in there for us, that'd be great. If you like what we're doing, I guess I should say. So the website that we have is www.zoomlive, zoomitlive.com. Hey, Leland, remember this is just a nominal opportunity. 25 bucks a week versus the other price. Watching is good. Participating is good. But also becoming part of the family is good also. That's like a good. Hey, Glenn. Good morning. So, Leland, why don't we consider doing that? Hey, Ed A., are you part of Saul's family? If you sign up for his monthly? Matthew, you're in guest status, which is great. Welcome aboard. Those that are coming in on the outside, if you want to join us on the inside, just look for the link for Zoom. It's $25 a week, Hammond. Or Hamad. I think it's Hamad, right? Okay, I'll look at that. Okay, great. No, Mark. But that happens, no worries. Hey, listen, my problem is that every day I might pronounce it differently. And Maureen, thank you. Yeah, it depends on what medicine I'm on. Sometimes I get better and I get worse. Sometimes I have no idea what I'm talking about. But I'll send it out to you in chat so you have it. It's nominal. It's just really out of respect for Sol. I'm always surprised when people just don't do it. But if you're trading and you have all this risk money to either make money with or lose, it's very interesting that people don't immediately rush based on this service to pony up, But it takes people a little time. And Dan W., how about you? Are we going to make music together in this course or what? Like I'm holding on with my fingernails. Hey, Dean. See, it's Biger, Casey, Dean, Dan, Don. Hey, Ed, did you sign up for Sol's monthly? Just let me know back in chat. Hey, Frank, Fred, George. George, I'm not sure that you signed up for Sol's monthly. You know what I'll do is I'm just going to send out, and if you have, let me know. Because there is a list that I'm not looking at. I try to remember. Sometimes I'm crackers.
All right, good morning, everyone. Can everybody hear me all right? All right, good morning. All right, let's give you our levels for this morning and see where the market takes us. We are trading the June contract today. They rolled over yesterday. We can wait here one more day. But it's okay. We don't lose on too many opportunities there, given the volatility is still probably about the same for a couple of days before they turn over completely. So let's give you our levels for this morning and see what happens. Our pivot this morning is 39.10. The resistance above at 17, 24, 31, 37, 46. Support below at 3,900, 38.92, 83, 74, and 68. Pivot 10, support at even, 39 even, 92, 80, 83, 74, 68. On the upside, 17, 24, 31, 37, 46. All right. Well, market here, yesterday I got everything. June is M, as in Monday, as in molecular, as in motion. That's the June contract. M is the symbol. ESM, I guess, would be what we would be looking at. All right. Welcome to some of the new folks that are here. We are trading mini S&Ps. We are trying to find opportunities to scalp the market because we don't believe the markets go straight up or straight down. We have these levels that we give out as a guide to the day. Not necessarily meaning these are going to be etched in stone, but we make adjustments to them based on the price action opportunities, based on the volatility. There are other price action opportunities that occur for giving us more other setups, I should say. And so we use the combination of both the levels that we give out plus the price action opportunities that the market tells us, right, to be able to find the trading setups for us to be able to scalp the market. We are trying to scalp the market here. So we're trying to get we don't believe the markets go straight up or straight down. Consequently, we're looking for scalping opportunities for about 2 to 3 points on our trades. Sometimes more, sometimes less. It all depends on movement and market movement. lately we've been trading maybe 7, 8, 9, depending on how aggressive you want to be there. And then this is just the morning session, which goes for about a couple hours. We focus on the morning session here to give us good opportunities for ebbs and flows. We feel that the morning session volatility kind of meets with our methodology of trading a little bit better than the afternoon. The afternoon trading gets a little bit more one-sided, but not that it's not that you can't trade it with the concepts and ideas that we have, because you certainly could. It's just a matter of we don't like to overtrade, one, and two, we also don't like to give money to our broker friends. So we try to keep it contained and within the scope of the morning hours, and that way we get a bigger bang for our money. And like I said, the opportunities, for first couple hours, the morning session anyway. But we're here all day. It's not like we're not here. We're just in and out depending on what's going on. So we did slowly, right on the opening there, drifted up to our blue band. Our blue banders, if you were aggressive there, maybe you took it. Obviously, you would have had to take the 17 as well, but maybe you took both. Yeah, so we'll see what happens as they come back down here to our pivot. So again, anybody have any questions? Welcome some new folks that are in. If you missed the levels, we're going to print them in the chat box. So if you bring the chat box up, we're going to put them up there so you can see them. There they are. And they are used, they are a guide, like I said, for the day. We adjust them, we make adjustments to them, we could cancel them, we could, it all depends on what the day's volatility can bring for us to be able to trade this stuff. So hopefully we can have a few opportunities there and see what the market and give us a few scalping opportunities. There are going to be a lot of trades. Well, there will be some trades that I'm not going to mention. I don't mention trades here, by the way. I'm here to kind of guide you along using our levels, maybe making adjustments, kind of hinting at maybe what the market could or could not be doing. The goal here of the education course is to be able for you as an individual trader to find these levels on your own, to be able to recognize trades when they become present and available. Like maybe one of them was buying our pivot here. Maybe the other one was selling the blue band, the initial rotation upside. Those are all concepts and ideas that we teach. You have to know when to do them, when not to do them. We talk about having reasons to trade, and we encompass those reasons into a methodology, and that allows you as an individual to trade independently of anybody else. That's the goal here of the course, to be able to find levels on your own, to understand why they move, and then to execute those trades accordingly. And again, volatility is always going to be the key to us determining where our stops are going to be and what our profit targets are going to be. Right now, the way the markets are trading, 2 to 3 points is a doable number. The slippage is what occurs. That's why we have, sometimes you have to keep your stops as far as low, as close as they are, only because sometimes there's a little extra momentum that occurs, and we have to take into consideration that predict those times when that happens. All right, so market is again kind of staying between our blue band and our pivot here, kind of going nowhere fast. All right, so keep that in mind if you're trading. We just have to be, we have sub 17 upside, and kind of doing nothing here. I am going to be exiting a little bit early today. Well, this morning I have some things to do, but we are going to be joined by one of our traders that has been with me for a long time. understands the opportunities that we present here as trading opportunities. He understands our methodology, and he lives in Texas. And so I'm going to get Don in right now to help. Let's see, and also, oops. Okay, and then let me do this. Panelist. All right, Don, are you good to go there? You all set up? Well, maybe he'll join us in a second. Hopefully he can hear me. But oh, Tim, you have fun. I'm sure you'll be on the links. You're going to see your son? Does he live out there? Is that right? I'm trying to remember. Or just a little vacation.
Okay, can you hear me?
There you are. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well, sir. Yourself?
Fantastic. Good. Great.
Are you getting some of that weather that was headed your way?
No, we're getting the weather from our friend in California.
Yeah.
It's Monsoon City over there, I hear. Let's put him on. And is he here? Let me see. Where did he go? Oh, there he is. Okay. All right, Mark, I think you're on too now. If you can hear me. So Mark lives in California, and he's one of our newer students. So he can give you a different perspective of what's going on. But he's kind of understands what's happening, but also add to the play-by-play here, because my friend from Texas needs a wingman a little bit. So not that you really need one, but you know.
I just don't have the fancy accent.
No, you got to pay extra for that, man.
Yeah, I do.
It doesn't come cheap. Living in the South, man, you got to pay extra for it. He doesn't have the beaches like you do in California.
Exactly.
What's with the rain that you're sending our way?
It's rained all week long. It was horrible.
Yeah, well, they're expecting 5 feet of snow in some parts of Colorado and Nebraska. I heard 5 feet. What is that? Just won't stop this year.
So you're going to get more rain and more snow this weekend, or
we're getting? Well, no, we don't know. They say it depends on which way it travels. So if it goes a little bit more north, then we're going to get snow. If it goes a little bit more south, the other way. If it goes more north, we're going to get rain. If it goes more south, it all depends on how it comes out of the Rockies, I guess. That's the next place it comes from. So yeah, the last bit of snow finally disappeared from the grounds around here. So there's no snow, and these big mounds of snow that pile up, gone, and now we're gonna get some more. So well, it's all right. They're not getting any snow. They're not getting any snow in Texas, that's for sure.
No, thank goodness.
No, it's nice and sunny there. Probably 80s. How are you guys doing this week? You guys are all right?
I've had a tough week just because of internet connection problems, but they've got it all sorted out. So hopefully today will be better.
Yeah, that always kills you, and it's always wrong. I mean, no matter how you try to, consider these things, should be 50-50, that you should maybe, when the internet goes down and you have a position on, that sometimes you'll be able to make, a little bit of money. Never works out that way. It always goes wrong when it goes against you. I don't know why. It's just never happens that way.
You can never come back and turn your computer on and see a nice profit.
No. You're like shaking it and like wondering why it's not working. You're like, oh my God, I got a position on. What do I? You totally panic. You don't know who to call. You're like, well, what? You got to look for numbers that you've never used in a long time to try to call a desk someplace. You're like, oh, what the hell's going on? Yeah, I've been there, done that.
So we'll get it back today.
All right. Good, good, good. How are the kids? Did you take them to the doctor?
Oh yeah, they're good. Just getting their monthly checkup. They're doing really well, thanks. Getting big fast.
Yeah. All right. We have a number coming out here at 9 o'clock. Consumer sentiment's coming out here at 9. No, any refunding or auction today, so nothing from the financial market, but it's under pressure. The PPI came out this morning. It was 0.5, which was what they were expecting, but I don't think they liked it. It was a little bit too high. You can tell the bond market 155 handle is yielding well 1.6 or so in the, probably a little bit more than that, 1.6 in the 10-year yield. You're probably close to 3%, I would say, in the 30-year, and that's like a trigger mark. Remember, we talk about those levels that are triggers in the market. That's one of them. So we'll see. 1.5 was trigger in the 10s. Now we're above that. So the concern about interest rates as they slowly inch their way up is going to play a little bit of havoc in the market. But as you can see here, we're coming off our highs. So how much havoc it's going to create, I don't know. It's minimal. It's a concern. It's giving us volatility. That's all it does. So that's a good thing, especially because those rallies are tough to trade. We're trying to inch up here to our, did you guys, anybody, you guys, I guess I didn't have the 16. Did you have the 16 earlier when it got up there? I even noticed that it got up to 16. I was talking, obviously I didn't have to trade it at 16.
That's what I was going to ask you. If the 17 is still going to be good, because I did get part of the 16.
Yeah, no, we'd probably have to extend it just a little bit, maybe up to 18, 19 area if you were a little bit concerned, or maybe you just kind of do it off. What do you think there, Mr. Texas?
Oh, I have 1950.
There you go. So there's a backup. That's my backup right there. So yeah, that was my backup. I got the 17 because I figured that we can get up to the 19 area and still be okay. He's got 1950. So we can adjust here a little bit if you want on the upside. Oh, Maureen too. I had it also, but like I said, I got that was my backup, just in case you wanted to know. Everybody's got 1950. Maureen has 1950. You guys can see the chat, right? Both of you can see the chat?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, fantastic. All right, cool. We are good you guys are good to go. And so your wife got the second shot, I saw in the chat there?
Yes.
And how's she feeling?
Sore, achy, headache.
Yeah. That's exactly how I felt. Yeah.
Brad was mentioning that he was aching this morning. I said, "Yep."
Did he get the second shot, or he was on his first one?
Well, I don't know. He didn't say.
Yeah, I think he was on his first one. He, for whatever reason, New York, man, they, Brad is got to be like one of the first person, because he's got so many issues that I can't believe it waited this long before he could, until he finally got something. But hey, it is what it is. But I'm glad he finally got it. I mean, after all, he did have he got COVID, so I guess
Kind of like, if you've already had it, why get the shot?
Well, that's they do ask you that, by the way. That's a question, and you cannot get the shot if you had it if you had COVID within the last 3 weeks. So that is a question that they ask you.
They didn't ask it over here.
Oh, they asked us over here. No,
Yeah.
That was one of the things and if you had COVID in the last 3 weeks, you don't get the shot. Believe it or not. I don't know why. I'm just telling you what they said. So yeah, it's kind of weird, but it is what it is. As we come up here to the 17 area, again, you heard what we have. We got 17 up to 19. So we have a little area here, and we always talk about areas as far as our trades are concerned. Our green band is coming in there at 21.5 in our 5 minutes. So we have little squashes of little areas of resistance. So you can trade it accordingly. Trade it small. Scalp it. Seems like there's a little bit of resistance here. I'd be surprised if it runs through, but hey, you never know, and that's why you keep your stops in. All right, this is a little bit of the extension here above that 16 area. Yesterday we had a couple nice buying opportunities to catch some of that rally. if you were with us in the morning, we suggested a couple areas there where we want to be long, and hopefully maybe we're able to take advantage of that rally, as it never really downtick past that area, and you could have made a case for having a trailing stop and taking a nice chunk of change out of the market yesterday off of that setup that we had. Again, we are looking for price action to determine our entry points in our trades. We are also looking for reasons to trade. We just don't put trades on for the sake of putting trades on. And like you just heard, you use I give you levels, but you have the best concept here is that you come up with your own and then incorporate our levels with your levels, and together you become confident in the trades that you're going to put on. And that's the goal here of the trading room, of what we do. Just because I say a level doesn't mean it's like etched in stone. Like I told you at the beginning, you make adjustments because the price action tells you to make adjustments, and then that way it keeps you in the game, and it also gives you an opportunity to make money. So that's what we do here. It's not just blindly, and that goes to the question of me putting lines on my chart to determine where my levels are going to be. It doesn't work that way. Just want you to know that. So as if you traded up here, if we were turning over here a little bit past, if you put in the 19 area, got up here to 18 and a quarter. I mean, all this area, 17, 18, 19 is all resistance, right? So depending on how you're scaling in, helps you with the trade here. So like I said, anywhere in this area, if you get short, it's not a bad trade and a scalping opportunity. I have 17. You heard the boys have 19. Maureen has 19 and a half. I mean, we're all, we're all good here in this little area. See what happens. We like I said, we have a number coming out here at 9 o'clock, and consumer sentiment. It could be a little bit of a market mover, but mostly, I mean, even though I keep saying interest rates are a concern and the yields are slowly going up, we're a little bit off our highs, all-time highs. So the package that was signed yesterday, signed, sealed, and delivered by the president, is obviously adding to the push to the upside. We'll say there's a little bit of concern with all the banks out there, all the Fed central banks putting out easy money, and as we're turning over here off of this resistance area that we talked about, coming back here to our blue band. The threat here with all the easy money that's coming across from all the different Feds is basically, was in a magazine, or one of these financial magazines that I liked, and I'll share the statement with you, or opinion. Yet though today's policymakers have guaranteed place in the economic history, that may not.
What the fuck?
Whoa.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry.
Jesus.
I'm so sorry.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah. Jeez.
Thought I said something.
Violation.
I gotta get cut off.
Cut off
I'm
the
so
West
sorry
Coast.
about that. I just got a horrible.
Hot mic.
I just got a horrible fill. Oh, geez. So sorry about that, everybody.
Did you buy it down there, or you didn't buy it down there?
No, I was just trying to get out at the blue band. I got out. I mean, I shorted it up at the around the 18 area, and when I got out, it was kind of popped. And talk about a horrible fill?
Yeah, we know.
Sorry,
we could tell.
Sorry about that. Go ahead. Go back to your story. I'll put my mic on mute for.
There you go. He's off now. No, you don't have to. I mean, that was good.
I woke everybody up.
You did. You kind of like I was boring everybody. So like, hey, for a second there, I thought I was like, really, like, what did I say?
Oh boy. Sorry, Sal.
All right. Okay. So going back to what I was focused in on. So I was saying how the banks are doing a lot of intervention. So it definitely is creating some interesting scenarios that have never been seen before in the markets. Obviously, because the pandemic has never been seen before either for 100 years or so, the dynamics here are definitely different. And like I said, it's a concern here still. So, so this is what one person has suggested or said in regards to all the influx of money from all the different, not only the Fed here, but all the Feds, the ECB and everybody else. So again, because again, we have a little resistance up in this area, but you have to be a little bit careful here. We got up to 18 and a quarter and then rotated down. You heard Mark was short at 18 and you got to be a little bit careful of taking it around here. We got, up to 20. I'd say anything above 22, you want to be out of any shorts. So kind of use that as a little bit of a guide. So if we get above 22, we don't want to be short. So we have the green band here at 21 and a quarter. We got 19 and a half area. So we're all, and 18 already worked if you took that. So just kind of be a little bit careful here, but keep your stop in there above the 22. Yet, let me try this again. Yet, though today's policymakers have guaranteed a place in economic history, they may not come to be seen as heroes. That is because America is running an unpredicted third-prong economic experiment that features historic levels of fiscal stimulus, a more tolerant attitude at the Fed towards temporary overshoots in inflation, and huge pent-up savings, which no one knows if consumers will hoard or spend. Yes, the 24 is still good. So they don't know if consumers will hoard. This experiment has no parallel since the Second World War. The danger for America and the world is that the economy overheats. And that's what the bond market is nervous about, basically. You just don't know because, we've never been here before. We don't know how this is going to work. And so it's definitely an open-ended question here. But again, the bond market's always like the key here, and we always talk about how the key is going to be what tells us something. The bond market always tells us something, and it always will. And when we started breaking, the bonds started breaking from the 160s handles, and then continue to drop, and then all of a sudden, like I was mentioning for 2-3 weeks now, how that is becoming a little bit of a concern. But that fiscal stimulus is the other counteraction to the bond yields going up, and that's why it's kind of weird to see the action in the bond market. And if you traded this 20 area here, you're getting paid off. Again, this is what we talked about, making adjustments. If you got in at 19 and a half that everyone had except me, then you got paid off here. I hope Maureen cashed in. I hope Don cashed in. I hope y'all, even Mr. F cashed in. Mr. F Word.
Hope everyone got some good fills.
Yeah, some better fills than yeah. And if you're gonna say something, turn the mic off.
I'll remember that. That could be our topic for today, Don. How emotional is trading?
Yeah, so everybody got 19 and a half. It did get up to 20. So if we made if you scaled in there, you did okay. It got down to 17 and a half easily. And so that's what we're trying to do here. You could have done it at 16. You could have done it at 18. You could have done it up here at 20. This whole area we talked about and we had reasons to it. You saw when I asked everyone here what they had as some resistance. Everybody gave a little bit of a different number, but they all worked, and that goes with the concepts of what we try to teach here. They learned well because they kind of all knew where to find that level. And the way I do it is just a little bit different because I'm trying to find backups to the levels, and the backup was a 19.5. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but it is what it is. And so you're in good hands when I leave here in about 5 minutes. Okay, you guys are right there, and Maureen's in the background. If you need help, she'll help you guys out. I just want you to know that.
All right.
She's right there. We might get her mic'd up too, but I'd pay to see her, hear her swear. I would.
Oh, no.
I mean, just out of nowhere. That was what was so good about it.
So I had to liven up the room a little bit.
Yes, in case everybody was napping, you just did that. All right, let me see here if we can. As we continue to uptick, next level of resistance we have is the 24 area. I got, just in case we start going back, I don't know if we're going to go back. I don't expect much today, but you never know. I got 54, 64, and 75. I mean, again, those are all levels that are not really etched in stone because these are all new highs. So play them
You said
according.
54, 64, and 75?
75, yeah.
Post.
No, just keep them. If we start, just leave. I don't think
okay.
just leave them. Just if we start getting up to, if we get to the 37, and then from there, then put them up. But we'll see. All right. Anyway, but again, if anybody has any questions, chat box area is where you want to put them in, and that everybody could see them. Bond jitters are resurfacing despite the festive atmosphere over stimulus checks, which could begin hitting bank accounts this weekend and supplemental the missing hours of sleep on Sunday. Oh yeah, don't forget we are turning the clocks forward on Sunday. Just if in case it's very early, March 5th, not even the 15th, going to be March 14th. You're going to turn the clocks up. This morning, 10-year yield is up 7 basis points to the 160 level, triggering some fresh fears for investors. The development saw stocks futures decline overnight, led by tech stocks, implying that the recent uptick in demand for growth stocks are giving way to the end of the week by the techs. Data for the week up to March 10th showed investors piling into equities while pulling money from traditional hedges and fixed incomes. That means bonds. In fact, traders put 31 billion into stocks while taking 1.8 billion out of gold, 15.4 out of bonds, according to the Bank of America Global Researcher. Okay. So, yeah, anybody that tells you to buy bonds now, they don't know what they're talking about. We think that the 10-year yield has further room to go and could reach 1.8. That's nice. What a surprise. Go a lot higher than that, too. All right. So we have a number coming out here. We don't like to have any positions on when numbers come out, and that'll be happening in about a minute or so. And it is could be a little bit of a market mover. We'll see. But we're also in a level here where we don't have anything on. You shouldn't have anything on. We had a nice rotation there off of our first resistance area. Maybe you bought the pivot and the rotation down to it. Maybe you bought the blue band, as you heard from on the rotation off the blue band. Who knows, off of that 16 pop or 18 pop. So if you did that, you got long there. There's different ways of getting long. It's not just, it all depends on your risk tolerance and what you're willing to do. And if you have an opinion, we personally don't like to have opinions, but we need to have reasons to enter trades. And if you could have had a reason there to get long if you wanted to get long. So, but we just don't get long in the middle of a rally. Okay, that's what I guess what I'm trying to do is to keep you away from the theory of the market's going up, I'm going to go long. It doesn't work out that way. All right, so
We're
numbers
bouncing off
out.
our green band.
Yeah, the numbers out also. Did bounce off here over a green band. All right, gents, I'm going to hand over the controls to you guys.
Okay.
And
I'll
enjoy.
make sure to keep it PG this time.
Yeah, just get your daughter in the room. That should clear things up a little. I mean, I'm hoping. I mean, I don't think this happens in front of you. Or get your wife and your daughter in front of in your room with you. I think that will not happen again. No doubt that will never happen again. That I can promise you.
Oops.
All right. Whoops.
Yeah.
Oops. All right. So you're right. That's kind of obviously numbers a little bit bearish here as they're coming off. It did bounce off of our green band again. These are all backups. These levels. We do have the 24s, our blue band, and our hourly. So that's still okay. All right, guys. Be good and enjoy your day. And Don, if you're around till 12, that's good. You know, we don't gotta, especially on a Friday, if there's nothing going on, you don't gotta stay here all day. Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
No problem. All right.
No.
I
Good
appreciate
weekend,
it.
Sal.
I appreciate you guys helping me out. I really do. Thanks a lot.
It'll take me till the end to dig out of a hole.
Oh boy.
Yeah, same
Yesterday,
here.
the whole week, he's telling me how he was, he's done by 9 o'clock. And then today he's like in a hole on Friday.
Boy, I tell you what, yesterday was a killer day. I didn't get out till about 2 this morning.
There you go.
But I got all my levels.
Okay. There you
I
go.
got every one of those puppies.
You gotta love Don there. Anybody that's trading till 2 a.m., you gotta love Don. I turned the machines off. Just remember that.
My daughter turns mine off.
I just put the order in. I went to bed.
Okay. Good to know. All right. We'll see you guys on Monday, and you guys have a good day today.
Take care, Sal.
Thanks. Bye.
So Don, can we mute Brad? That should be the first order of business.
I don't have that power. I don't think.
He's like the all-seeing eye. So don't you just hate when that happens? I just couldn't believe the fill that I got. I mean, I was like, got short at 18, got a real nice entry, and coming down, I was like, wow, this is going to be a real nice trade. Took some off around 15, and then the rest just fell apart. I couldn't believe I did that.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how this day washes out here.
Monday, I was in a trade. Internet went out. Turned the machines back on. Took a nice loss there. Tuesday in the afternoon, same thing, and took a smaller loss. But yeah, it's been a pretty roller coaster ride of a week.
Yeah, yesterday was
I hate days like that.
an interesting day. I was thinking, man, this thing's not doing what it should do. It just kind of like it's just doing its thing, and I'm going,
Yeah. No,
This is
Maureen,
not
my
right.
orders aren't cloud-based. They just go right through to Ninja. And I do have a battery backup. It was the internet. They were supposed to do some work in the area. They told us they were going to start at a certain time. I guess they decided to start a little bit early to get the job done sooner, so the kids can get online, so they can get to school and stuff. And they didn't send me the memo. I've never tried the mobile version, Pedro. After that, I probably should.
I hate it when my numbers don't line up with Saul's. Well, I have the 24 and I also have 25 and a quarter. So somewhere up there it should bounce.
Yeah, I have the 24 also.
Teen, 22. Now, if it'll come on back down to that 16, it'd be nice.
Hopefully everyone got in on that 24. This worked out really nice.
I have the 24, but I've got to touch it. And, if it'll touch 24, we should bounce off of it at, 2 points.
Yeah.
But, I don't know if y'all paid any attention to it. I guess the Friday that I saw was down, we were trading around 39, 13. We was back to that 13 level again. I don't know if y'all remember that. But it will, I still have these same areas that I had from 2 weeks ago right in here. So, and they seem to be working pretty good. I had the 18. I also had the 21. And, they both produced a trade.
I agree with HD. I don't know, the green band, sometimes it works really well, and then sometimes it'll just take you out. I mean, it won't work at all.
That's like the blue band.
Same thing, yeah.
There's days in there that it just, like this test going back up to it. Well, it just ran right through that blue band. It didn't.
Right, yeah.
But
I'll take the blue over the green any day. I know you're not a big fan of the blue one, but
come on, give me that 16. You did good if you got to fill at 23.50. You're getting paid off well now. All right. That's what I'm talking about. Now, if we can go all the way back down to 05, that'd be even better. But unfortunately, we run into, I'm going to be nice, the damn blue band.
Yep, love that blue band.
No, Dan, I was actually short up into that 22 and 23 area, and I was looking for it to get back to 16. Now it did come down to the blue band and bounced. So if you were a blue bander and you bought it, you're getting paid off. The 50% retracement from where, Maureen? Is that from the low this morning up to that high? Okay. You know, you look at these swings and what you tend to find out that blue band really does balance it, that 50% level out pretty well. And my problem is I see way too many trades. You know, like we ought to be bouncing right back up to the 2150 area. And I also see that we ought to be going to 26. So I'm going, there's just signal after signal after signal. I just smooth missed that trade, or I'd have been a blue bander today.
You got to jump on the blue bandwagon.
I guess I'm usually trying to get out about then. It's kind of like, oh, I'm so glad that I got out of that trade. I don't have enough energy to jump back in. Kind of like running uphill. You get uphill and you just want to stop and rest for a little while. And that's another problem with using a bunch of different time frames, because they're all giving a bunch of different signals.
Yeah, especially when we have different, people use different indicators on different time frames. It just gets too, I don't know, for me, it's too confusing.
Well, I can't look. Yeah, my problem is that I'm not a numbers person. The average person probably can remember 8 to 10 numbers. I don't remember them. It's just who I am and how my mind, so I don't remember them. I'm a visual person, so I actually have to put the lines on my chart. So, like I say, I've got lines that look like musical bars across there, and I just play it from this line to that line, So I have I can sit here and watch this 1 minute chart and I say, okay, we ought to be going back to 2150. I also look on a 30-minute chart that says, okay, we ought to be going all the way back to 3901. I can see on a 240-minute, we ought to be going up to, what is that high? 2026. So, and all of these numbers were hit. This is kind of wild, but yesterday we were going up and I had a number that was exactly 5850, and I think that was the high for yesterday.
Oh, wow.
Then I said, okay, we ought to come back to 45, 44, 42.75, 39 and a quarter, 36.50, and 33.50. Then 30.
So you're the one with the crystal ball.
Well, and it's not really a crystal ball. That's just what the market. It almost it creates these footprints, and it needs to kind of come back to them before it can go up or down. Now, Does it have to? No. It can do whatever it wants to do, and no matter what I think or what anybody else thinks. It just, okay, how long is it going to take for it to do these things? You know, we're back to that 18 area.
So blue band's working again.
Yeah. Now, you think I have blue banditis. Not only do I have a blue band on the 5-minute chart and the hourly and the 30-minute, but I've got 2 blue bands on the 1 minute. And the reason I'm using 2 blue bands is one of them is actually tied to the blue band on the 5-minute down there at 14. Then I also have one that's trading at 17. So it's bouncing between the 2 blue bands right now. So well, that's a good sign. It looks like that 05 is going to be into play. I see the 07 for sure. But the problem exists is even if you know where it's going, it's liable to back up all the way up to 21. And the question is do you want to be sitting in such a big drawdown?
Right.
Dan, I'm going to say something, and I hope y'all do not hear me because it's not the right thing to do. I'm running without a stop. And I guess I'm kind of like what Saul said yesterday. I guess I'm just hard-headed. But yesterday was a really good example. I was sitting in one, I had like a $1,200 or $1,400 drawdown. And, but I had faith in what I was looking at. And that's what Saul, yeah, that's right. As long as you have enough margin in there, so, but, I was only sitting on a 1 lot. So that's okay. At the end of the day, when it boils down to it, I hit $2,000. I got to say, hey, cowboy up, get out. You're wrong. And I thought the way it was going yesterday, that's the way it was going to go. And I was looking for a place to get short. And out of all those numbers I gave you, we got all the way down to, and I bailed it at 35. So I broke back to even and made a few $100 on the trade. Then it went back up again. I got short again last night because I was looking for that 31. And yes, I got it, but
couldn't let it go, huh?
Yeah. To the cost averaging this, we have put pencil to it. We have worked it. We have seen other people do it. We have seen people throw hundreds of contracts at it and still be wrong. And if you don't believe it, get in a position one day and get on your sim account and start throwing 25 lots at it or 50 lots at it. You're looking over there and you're down $30,000, $40,000. it just doesn't work. You know, I can tell you this, and I've told you this the last time. You're better off by putting that stop in and getting out and reposition. I'm trading the levels, and I'm also kind of semi swing trading for a longer range target. You know, I want 10, 15, 20 points. You know, it just, I have faith in the 05, and I also have faith in that 21, but it's kind of like, okay, I don't really know which way it's going to go right now. It's playing it's not worth it for me to get in. We're trading right there at that blue band. Kind of like, okay, you know, I'm not seeing anything. So I'll sit back and wait. I'm flat right now, so yeah, it does. The same problem here, Dan. It just, you know, you put that stop in and it just runs up there, it stops you out. And but that's also our safety net. You know, we had the green band, which is at 21, and we went up to 2350. So if you're using a 2-point stop, it's tough.
Yeah, that is real tough with a 2-point stop.
It you know, I'm looking at 21 down to 07, say. So I'm going, okay, 21 to 07. Now, since we were down here, my stop would have already been in the money a little bit. I'd have been back to probably about 20 or 19, somewhere in there with one left. And, you know, trying to give it some breathing room. Now, I also know that 2150's up there. It's kind of like, okay, what do I want to do? Do I want to take profits now? It's just kind of like, okay, we're looking at, we're trading at 1250. We're down to 7. That's another 5 points. Yeah, 2 to 3. You know, just depending on the volatility of this market, and I guess that's a nice thing about when you start to trade around Sol. You know, I come in here and I get engrossed in looking at what the price is doing, what this is doing, and all of that. But if you just stop one day and you come in, you sit down and say, okay, I'm not going to trade. Or if I am going to trade, turn it on Sim and follow him note for note. Okay, we're up to here. Do we want to take one? Yes. And like he says, we have some backup areas. We had the 18s, we had the 21s. We got up to anything past 24. I'm kind of with him. We have to be out. So we're just kind of just, I don't know how to say it, but just follow him along. Yeah, see, I've done forgot about the pivot, but you're right. We're coming down to that pivot. So, you know, we're coming down to an area that, okay, yeah, I want the 7, but I see the 9 to 10 area. Even though I feel like the 7, 7.25 is still a really viable option. The question is now we might be able to bounce off of that pivot up to a 3 or 4 points. Do I want to give it to them? Or, you know, if I get out at the pivot and it just keeps going down to my target, it's just kind of like, okay, what do you do? What do you do? What do you do? Well, you know, if you got short up there at the 21 and you're looking for the 07, you're in this thing at over 10 points. You're down to the pivot. Now, question is, where do we go from here? We're going to make it to that 7, 7.25, or is it going to bounce? You know, me, I'm not greedy. I'd be bailing this thing. It can go the other 3 points without me. Because these areas are areas of inflection, and they probably work more times than not. But you know, if it runs through, that's okay too. But if it's like Saul's, you know, he said something. Oh, no, I've never had Renko chart. I've used them. But they don't encompass time. They just encompass points. And usually if you trail, usually we should not retrace the second bar back. There's it. See, I'd have got out at 10. You know, it's stuff like this. You have to make up your mind, you know. So did I make money on the trade? Sure. Did I get every cent out of it? No. But you know, from 21 down to 10, that's not a bad trade. Okay, I'll do that, Marine. I am learning that price action, you can't beat it. It just it's showing up in the chart. Well, let's see.
That's one of the reasons, Don, I keep my, I don't really put too many lines on my charts because I like to see that price action. You know, and sometimes when you put too much stuff on the charts, it kind of,
there's my 725, and then next thing would be the 5 something. He just so now, do I know something that nobody else knows? I'm gonna tell you right now, no. But I have spent enough time looking at these charts to know that okay, we should have been going down this morning. You know, okay, the next question is how far down are we going to continue to go? I could see us going all the way down to the 150 area, but is it going to? I don't know. We just almost double bottoming right down in here in this area. I mean, I'm no different than anybody else out there. I'm sitting here trying to figure out what it's doing every day, and every day it really doesn't do any. I mean, when you think about it, it goes up and down and sideways. I mean, that's about all it can do. So, was there a place to get short on its way down? And answer to that is, I'm looking across here. Yeah, anything below probably 16. And your out would have had to been up at probably about out at 20. But I'm looking on a 1 minute chart.
do you prefer the 1 over the 5?
No, I actually use them both.
Oh, okay.
You know, it's being able, for me, it's being able to look at that 1 minute chart and see that 5 minute bar.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. I see what you mean.
Yeah. Because it takes 5 1 minute bars to make up that 5 minute bar. So it gives me and there's a lot of times I'll get bored and I start scalping inside the 5 minute bar. And when you do that, you better be running a really tight stop or have your finger on that button says, get me out. And there's a lot of times I may not make but $20, $30. That's okay. I made it. I was right. But it's learning to, that's when you start pushing trades. And that's when you're going along and you're getting 8, 10, 15 in a row. And you're just thinking, man, I can never do anything wrong. And all of a sudden the market moves, and it usually moves against you. Let's see. Now, if it'll just bounce back up to 2150, but I don't look for that. I really don't. It can. Mark, go ahead and I'll be right back here in a minute.
Okay. No, I was still short. I didn't take the pivot. Actually, that's where I got out. I put on another trade at the 20 area. Just kind of held on to it. Yeah, seems like quite a few people have been having problems with their charts this week or their internet connection. Maureen, I was with you when I came in this morning. My dome was down also. It didn't have any data. So I don't know what's going on with Ninja. Excuse me. I had to restart my computer, Maureen. I had to restart Ninja, and it seems like it's working okay. Well, except for that horrible fill I got this morning. I can't believe I did that.
Well, nothing exciting happened.
That was a nice double bottom though on the 5. That worked out really well.
Yep, look where we bounced off that 13 again.
Yep.
I don't know what it is about that 13. It likes it.
Yeah, there's certain areas, there's certain levels that always seem like they work really well.
Let's see, 13. I had some support between 7 and 8. You know, you look at Saul's charts up there, and I don't have the outside Bollinger Bands. Even if I had them, I wouldn't know what to do with them.
Yeah, I don't use them either. Some people swear by them, they love them, and some people just don't use them at all.
Well, if I really knew how to use them, then they may be great things. But I just color mine white on the outside, leave the blue band.
Yeah.
And so basically, I've got 3 lines on my chart as far as moving averages. I keep that green one, I keep the blue one, and I have a red one, which is probably a 50 on my 5-minute. That's it.
Right.
And but we don't. I look at my indicator. I go into Ninja and I turn on the indicators. I don't know how many there must be 50 or 70 indicators in that thing. Just tons and tons of them.
Yeah, and then all the ones you can buy. I mean, there's thousands of them.
Yeah. And it's kind of like, if it's not making me any money, why do I want to even clutter it up?
Right.
And
do you ever, because another trade that I like is that, the blue band on the 60. I mean, when I see that, if you look at Sal's chart, it's just sitting there at the 24 and it worked really well. Situations like that, I'll put on a few more contracts because I know that blue band is more than likely going to hold.
Yeah. Well, it's like all these trades. And even though I knew my problem is I saw that 07 down there way before we started up. So once we do start up, it's kind of like, okay, where do I want to start getting short at? Well, the 18 was a good area, and it bounced off that. Then the 19 and what they have 1950 area, and I got some of that. Then we got up to that 21, and I got some more of that. Then we bounced back up there again, and I'm going, I want some more of that because I know we're going back down that 07. So the levels give you a reason, and usually they'll run further or up to those levels than back down to them.
Right.
And so I figured out a long time ago, it's just instead of seeing and jumping in for trying to see $100 win or $200 win and taking a $200 loss, it's kind of like, this is not very smart if you just learn to wait. And when you go back and you look at a 5-minute chart, we spend a lot of time, just like we did today, from one point down to the next point. That 3,900 was the next level. So I've got levels in between levels. And
Levels on top of levels.
yeah, just about it. It just depending on how bad the volatility is and stuff of that nature. But it's kind of like, okay, here we need to figure this one.
Well, just imagine the amount of people that trade this instrument and, multiply that, but all the different opinions and different indicators that people are using. No wonder this thing moves around so much,
It's the most widely manipulated market in the field, I think.
And we love it.
Well, think of it in these terms is that mutual funds can't short, but they can hedge the positions that they own. The fund is probably hedging their position, probably with options using the S&P.
Right.
So everybody that's got big portfolios out there, and also this is the end of the. Last week we saw the market make a big old downturn. This week we're seeing it make a big old upturn. Well, at the end of the quarter, the mutual funds have to show their hands. So they got to get rid of their dogs. So they spend 1 week and they just can't go out there and say, okay, sell these today and we're finished with it. They want to sell it at such a high price. They just can't go in there and flush it down.
Right.
So they're dumping over days and days and days until they finally unwind that position. Then they go in and said, okay, we're going to start replacing it with these down here. So they're forcing the market down on one side and buying it back on the other. And then next week, they can show their hands and say, okay, this is what we own. Well, then come the day after that, the Monday after that, they can change and go back and do whatever they want to again.
Right.
And so we see a lot of this market moves up and down. A lot of it is just the week before expiration or a week or two, say. And then the big basket programs are up and running. And those guys are never going to lose money. They know where this market is going to finish at the end of the quarter. They know it. They're going to guarantee their 5%. 5% is not very much money, but when you do it every quarter over millions and millions of dollars, and that's only half of it. And what they'll do is they can control this market. They'll go ahead and start pushing the market down, and the price of puts will go way up. Then they'll go out and they'll buy these out of the money calls for cents on the dollar. Then they reverse the market. It goes up. Those calls they paid 2 or 3 cents for now worth $1. And then the puts that they had bought earlier that they had sold. So they're making money on the left side, the right side, going up, coming down.
Right.
And our goal is not get caught in their trap. Just go with them, make some money, and get out.
And then you forgot to mention the wonderful algorithms that trade during the afternoon. Those things are just brutal. I mean, just watching the market, I'll be an hour before it closes, just the way it's all over the place.
Yeah.
And trying to get filled or trying to get out is just, talk about horrible.
Well, the people at there's a lot of traders that come in, they'll buy it in the morning, sell it in the afternoon. They're in it for one day. They don't want to hold their position overnight. And if I really have a conviction that, okay, we're going back to this here. Now, I'm not real thrilled with the where is it? Let me go back and find out what's at. Yeah, it's 2150. Should we get back to it? Yeah, you can probably write that number down, but it can go up. It can make a big run down there to 01. It can do it may take a day and a half for it to get there, but is it going to get there? Probably. I tell the story, I had an instructor one time. The probabilities are really good that it'll get there. Now, would I want to buy it here and sit down through a $2,000 drawdown? No, because when I buy it and I'm sitting in a drawdown, I'm not making it. So it's better for it to come down to a level by the level and try and leave a runner on. And yesterday it would, every time I'd get in, it'd go down a little bit and it'd come back. And I just have to bail the trade because it wouldn't give me what I was looking for. It didn't even, for about 3 or 4 hours there, it didn't do nothing but just keep going up and up and up. And I'm going, oh.
Yeah, that was brutal.
And finally I was able to catch one. And that one just worked me right on out of it. I'm going, whew. Well, I sure was glad. Boy, let me tell you, about yesterday afternoon at the close, I'm still sitting here just going, thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord.
And then you got back out and shorted it again when it went back up to what, 52 or something like that?
I think I got out at it went to like 40. Let's see, last night I was looking at it to go back to 40. And I got to go back to and the high last night was what, 40, 44, I think. 46. And I was looking for it to go back up to 40. And so I was trading it up to the 40 level. Then at 40, I reversed my position, put a big old stop on it. I said, we're going to 31. And I went to bed, I did that about 10 o'clock last night. And I said, okay, it's done what I thought it was going to do. So this morning I woke up, everything was hunky dory. I wasn't in the hole. But when I first started trading, I started doing, I traded at night. So I don't mind doing that. But I can just tell you, if you can't stand a 10 or 15 point stop, there's a lot of times I'll stick a 30-point stop and everybody say, well, that's too big. Well, I'm not intending to get hit at that 30 point. That is just a doomsday scenario in case somebody opens up and somebody bombs somebody. I can stand a 30-point drop. Won't like it, but I can stand it. And that way that gives that trade plenty of room. But,
that's plenty of room.
But you say that, but there's a lot of times right now this market, used to the night market would average about 10 to 12 points a night. That was about it. But now we're seeing 30 and 40 and 50 point night.
Really?
Yeah. And so unless you're going to stay with it, or unless you have a good area to get in that, that's where these levels are so important, because they give you an area of inflection that we should sell off of to something. And it helps me from that standpoint. And but I'm kind of cheating. It's just that I'm not scalping trades so much as I'm pushing for a good swing trade. Now, there's a lot of times that I will scalp, like Sal says, leave that runner on if you can.
Right.
Because those runners will make you money. And
it took me a while to do that, to get good at letting, putting some on, and then, because I'd want to get out right away. And then, of course, you see it takes off, continues to run. So, yeah, that's what I try to do. But, like what you were saying, if you have a 30-point stop, it's, that's good if you're, if you're going for a big profit target as well.
Yeah.
But I used to kind of do that. And then as soon as it gets close to breaking even or a couple points above,
you want out.
You want out. Yeah, you're done.
Yeah. And a lot of it is that I just didn't get in at the right point. And so when you think about it, it says, okay, say we have a level at what do we have this morning? At 17. Well, I also had the 18 and I had the 19, and then we had the blue band up there at 21, and I also had 25 and a quarter. And I also knew that we were coming back to the 07, or the probabilities were high that we should come back to the 07. Nobody has a crystal ball in this business. And so it's go, okay, how do we play it? From where do we play it? So you're making your monies off the levels. And so you're getting up there and you get up there at some point in time when this thing works, you're just going to have to suck your stop down to break even and close your eyes and see it's going to work. Because, there's nothing else you can do after you're in that trade except manage that money.
Right.
That's it. And,
well, as long as you're not, if you're holding on to that 1 or 2 lot, with a 15 or 20 point stop or drawdown, as long as you're not adding to it. And
Yeah.
that was one of my biggest problems when I first started. I'd start the cost average in, and this thing continues to go, and you're adding more and more, and next thing you know, you're sitting on a $5,000 drawdown,
yeah.
and you're like, is this thing ever going to stop? And I think that's where a lot of people lose money here, and get discouraged.
There's a few people in the room in HD, and I have seen this time and time again with people, adding. You think, well, if my if my account's big enough, I can throw 600 or 700 contracts and work my way out of it.
Right.
Oh, most of the time you can, but not every time.
Right. And it's that one time. That's what Saul talks about, that one time that
Yeah.
you're going to put too much on, and it's going to continue to go, and you're going to end up, blowing your account up, or.
Yep.
And that's all it takes, is just that one time.
Yeah. And so, that's why I was, HD says, speaking those words is not allowed.
Sorry, HD.
But we have seen people do this, and it works for a while, but at some point in time it catches up.
But boy, when it works though, doesn't it?
Oh yeah.
I mean, when it starts to go in your direction, you've got all those contracts on and you're making money, you think you're a genius.
Oh yeah. I am bulletproof.
Let's do this every day.
Yeah. I am bulletproof. I don't think I'll pull it back to that 07. It's kind of like, okay, which one of these things work? And if you're looking at that blue band, our blue band's flat. We're trading on both sides of it. We're trading back around our pivot.
Yeah, I stay away from the blue band when it's flat like that, because it kind of hasn't made up its mind.
Yeah. So like I say, I've seen levels down there at the 01, the 21, kind of like, okay, you're just gonna.
I always wanted to ask you, Don, have you ever met Saul in person?
No, I never
seen him?
have.
You never have? Really?
Never have. Never
He's a
have.
really nice guy, big guy too. Cool.
Yeah.
Super cool. I met him when he was in California.
Oh, okay.
With his basketball team.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Him and I had lunch together.
I was gonna get real energetic one year and go visit him. And
At the exchange?
yeah,
That's what I want to do. Yeah, I definitely want to do that tour. Hopefully when it opens back up, if it ever does.
let's see, Pedro, the margin requirements it depends on your broker. I know for my broker, the margin requirements have gone way up for an ES contract too. How's yours, Mark? Are you using NinjaTrader to clear?
Yeah, I use NinjaTrader. I use Dorman, the same one Saul uses. But yeah, they're about $400 per contract, $400 or $500 per contract, and I think the minimum count balance is I think about $1,000.
See, for interactive brokers, I think it's like right at $5,000 per contract.
Yeah, that would be fun, Maureen, to go as a group.
Yeah.
to the exchange with Saul. He could take us on a tour.
I'd been to the exchange one time, and that's been back in 05,
Really?
02, somewhere in there. Yeah.
Yeah, I bet it would be funner back then because you have all that action and all the pits are going and
yeah, the pit was still open. They had shut some of them down, but the thing that you see when you walked in there was these people are huge.
Yeah.
I mean, if you were a small fella, you didn't survive because I mean, you almost had to just elbow your way in there, and everybody was real tall. And the guy that was giving us a tour, he said, "Yeah," he says, "but he says now we're hiring computer guys out of college." He says because this will soon die. And
Right. Yeah.
you know that day there was like 300,000 trades came through the exchange, and only about 30,000 of them were done on the floor. So that
And that was back in 05?
Yeah.
Wow.
so the computer screen had already started taking a bunch of it away, and you know, I guess it's been what 20 years ago or 30 years ago, you couldn't have done this because you had to have if you wanted to trade stocks, you had to have a stock account. If you wanted options, you had to have an options account. If you wanted futures, you had to have a futures account. And that was one of the reasons that I went to Interactive Brokers. I didn't one account, I could trade anything I wanted. And so, yeah, these computer screens have evolved around a bunch through the years.
I can't believe how expensive it was back in the day. I mean, can you imagine all those people that had to get paid, before the computers?
Oh,
You had
yeah.
your floor traders, your clerks helping other clerks. And it was just, wow.
Yeah, and the commissions were $150 a turn.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. And so you gotta, I have nothing but respect for the man because anybody that can do what he did, it just, but I'm kind of like him. I love this. I love sitting in front of this goofy screen. I look forward, I hate the weekend. And
I don't know if I like it that much. I mean, I'm with you, but I love my weekends.
George, there was a fella. He's passed away since then. His name was George Fontanellis. He was one of the owners of Optionetics, and I first got into it, and I was messing with options, and George said, "I just hate the weekends." He said, "I just can't wait for Monday to roll around." I said, I like that. The commissions was $50, man. That's amazing. Yeah, so I've been fortunate enough to get in on the early stages and see how the programs and the software and everything's evolved now, and commissions have just down to nothing. And the only thing I'm concerned, it's like everything else. It just things change, and the algorithms and the computers are going to get better and faster. And the question is, as a retail trader, how are you going to be able to compete in this world? So,
Right. It's
and
going to be unfair.
well, I know if you're running Ninja Trader, you can go to Ninja Caters, and they'll sell you an automatic system for a little bit of nothing.
Right. And most brokers have algorithms that you can purchase different systems for like $30, $40 a month. I asked my broker one time, I said, well, which ones are the best? And he says, well, there's about 5,000 of them that we have right now, so I couldn't tell you. So which one do you pick?
Yeah.
And like Sal always says, is these things have to be constantly tweaked. They don't make money all the time.
Yeah.
And that's another issue. So
it sounds like me.
yeah.
I need to be tweaked. Well, that's a good sign. That says we ought to go back to 1850. So now I've got 2150, 1850 we ought to go back to. Now we're going to go down before we go up. Ask the next question. Brad has said this, and Saul has said this, and they get to talking, and everybody just I don't know that if we hear them or we don't hear them. Just a second, Dan. I'll answer that for you. It's just the fact is that what they're telling us is true. And if you listen to them and sit down and really think about what they're telling you, one of the keys to this is to learn to be consistently profitable.
Right.
And so we have to figure out some, systems. If you want to buy a system, there's thousands of them out there. I mean, everybody's got the holy grail. Well, if they have it, I don't know how to use it, so I'll leave that alone.
Right.
Dan, why do we say we need to go up? Well, I'm looking at areas that we ought to go back to, not that we're going to go up. When I'm looking at these charts and stuff, it says, okay, we ought to bounce back up to 1850 and also that 2150 area. Now, is it going to go down before it goes up? I have no idea. Do I have a reason for it to go up? Not yet. I've got a blue band that's going to get my way on the way back up. So, and it's all, he's telling the truth when he says, you just don't respect that blue band. And he's right. I'm not even paying any attention to the blue band.
That's why
I get engrossed.
I told him, tell Don to take it off his chart completely
Yeah.
so he doesn't see it.
I know. I'll type in there the damn blue band. He says, well, you don't respect the blue band. I said, when I gave you the target, the blue band wasn't even there. Now it's showing up. And so it's just these are not, these numbers I'm throwing out there, Dan. It's just like, okay, if we decide to go up and if it does this, oh man, I missed that trade. And I'm not quick enough. Let's see. Shoot for that, maybe. I missed the trade. I was just sitting there Mickey Mousing around. I was trying to get long at 11, and it just time I get my order in there, it had already gone. And we hit that blue band, and it stopped. So I have learned to respect that. Man, it hits that blue band and just stops. But it did give me a better entry back in here, though.
I had one right there at 14 as well to go short. Sorry, I had to throw that in there.
Hey, go for it.
I love the blue band. It's just I don't know. It's worked out always so well for me.
I mean, you can't. I mean, if you just go back and if you're writing these numbers down and you go back and you analyze them at the end of the day, you see the numbers work. And we're back to that 5. Let's see, what's our next level down?
Yeah, I think if it punches through here, it's going to go a little bit lower.
Let's see. I had
08. 3,900.
I have an 0225 level. Let's see. I have am I right? Yeah. 02. All right. That ought to take us back to the 10 area. Which ought to take us back to the 14.
Back up to the 24.
But we got to go 1850 then 2150. You go, buddy. You go. In a lot of this, I had bought a book the other day, and where I get all these books, I have no idea, but somebody had recommended it, and it's reading price charts bar by bar. And it's kind of a dry read, but it's a lot of good stuff, and it's by Al Brooks. I think I got this one on Amazon. Sorry. Is that any better? Everything is
Now we can't hear you, Don.
how's that? Any
There you
better?
go. Yeah.
See, everything that I've got says we've got to go back to 14. But
Well, Don, I'm going to turn the mic back over to you. The little girl should be getting up in a minute, tearing down my office door.
Well,
I don't want anyone to hear that. You guys have a great weekend and
you too.
keep your
Get
stops
bored,
in
come
there.
back.
I will, definitely. You guys all take care.
Okay, take care. I'm not very entertaining today, that's for sure. Oh, the book, the title of it is Reading Price Charts Bar by Bar, and it's by Al Brooks. And the guy just basically uses a 5-minute chart, and he just he's got a unique approach to it, to say the least. Casey, I got a library full of books. I enjoy reading them. Some of them are just, there is another one. Let me pull it up here. Okay. It's called The Art of Chart Reading by Lawrence Chan. I think so. And there's the 14. You know, one of their things is that the guy said he made a statement in the front of his book there. And like I said, I've just started the thing. I'm not into it, but about 30 pages. That, you know, what he's telling you, his opinion. But he said, if you trade against me on a 5-minute chart, I'm going to take your money. So evidently, he's got a pretty good opinion of himself. And he doesn't really. And I kind of agree with him on this point that, you know, he says he has friends that want to come in and discuss things with him. And I've got this. He says, I have to just shut them down and say, you know, I don't want to hear about it, you know, because I'm trading the way I'm trading and I have worked out this system for me. And it kind of goes in line with what Saul is telling you. Look, he's trying to teach you to trade on your own. And so once you learn and so I've got numbers. Saul's got numbers. Sometimes his works good. Sometimes mine's work good. Probably on average, his always work good. So, but you have to learn to trade off of something and have a reason to trade. He is totally right about that. And once you get that confidence and to put the trade on and to go forth and put your stop in and just it becomes mechanical. You just do it. We got to chew through that 14 level where that blue band is sitting. I don't know if they're going to push it down again or not. Well, we're at 10:15. We ought to get a few little gyrations out of this market. People overseas, they're shutting down, so they're either going to have to position themselves in for Sunday and Monday, or they're going to have to get out. No, not really, Pedro. There's for me, the numbers seem to be a little bit skewed because of one contract. You know, yesterday's contract and today's contract, we were trading it somewhere between 10 and 12 points difference. Yesterday's contract was higher than this current month contract that we're in now. And but that was all. It just had about a 10-point spread in it. And at some point in time, this contract will kind of merge into the other contract. It's just, I think that there's still people in the other one, and it gets a little slow. And also the day's Friday. And we're also have all these weekly options expiring, and they'll do a lot of gyrations this afternoon, getting all of that mess done. So, I'm really, truly, my longer terms for right now till about 12:30, 1 o'clock sits down, but You know, my shorter term says, okay, we're going back up to these levels. Well, that's just, they make you do that. It's just a lot of these contracts, they're out for delivery, and well, the charts that's true. The charts do read the same, but the price is different. Like I say, the if you look at a second, like yesterday's contract is trading at 39.2150 right now. And this one's trading at 39.1225. That I don't know, Pedro. You'd have to ask Saul that question. That one, I just know that when we move into a new contract, I'm a little hesitant, a little slow, even though the price action is the same. A level is a level, and the price doing its little ditty is the same. Okay, Casey, appreciate it. Have a good weekend. Yeah. I start looking at, like, we start rolling over on usually Fridays, Thursdays, Fridays. Anyway, I start looking at them probably starting last Friday, and I'll go back and forth and look at last contract and the front month's contract, see how they're trading apart. And it's I used to have eSignal charts. Yeah, what ended up happening, Glenn, if you're in a trade and it expires, it's kind of like you're supposed to take delivery of all 500 contracts. I mean, all deal, but you don't do that. They just kick you out. I've never bumped it up. Now I have traded. Sometimes if I've got a price target and I know that, say, like right now we're 10-point spread, and I have a good idea that the price target is in that other realm, I have to see where it's trading. I'm going back and looking at it, and I'm just putting a 10-point difference between where I'm at and what it's doing. And I will use that as my guidelines a lot of times. But you'll see that spread decrease fairly rapidly, probably by Monday or Tuesday. Because when that contract expires, there's nobody else trading it, so all trading just stops. And so if you have to get out and you trade into the new contract and there's a 10-point spread, you may lose 10 points. And so it's better than, and two, if this were a Monday or something of that nature, I wouldn't be so concerned. But this being a Friday, I don't really want to go in Friday holding a position. I used to do it all the time, but I'm not real comfortable with doing that, because this thing has a tendency to bounce around too much on the weekend. And so it's just better to get out, wait till Monday, let everybody jump in and do all their little gyrations the first hour or so, then start trading for them. I have problems early Monday mornings and late Friday afternoons. And I know that there's nothing wrong with that. It's just I'm aware of it. So I just kind of curtail it a little bit. Guys, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back shortly. There I am. Does anybody know what the VIX is? Thank you, Pedro. Appreciate it. This fight with that 17. Yeah, it is a volatility index, Dan. It just shows how much volatility. We're trading at 21.91. We have been trading. We like it. I say we. I like it back up around that 21. 26 here. It seemed like we hit 26. This thing starts moving around pretty good bit. Anything above 24, I like. I know back last summer, we were down in tens, and oh well, 17 is a resistance number. You know, we were trading back down there around the 10. I was saying, okay, we should go back to 1850, then to 2150. Now it's just fighting its way above it. Uh, yes. Dan, I do. I get levels off the hourly chart. Some of them come from yesterday and the day before. Uh, these are areas of inflection that we expect the market to bounce off of. At 17 this morning, and two is I'll adjust during the day depending on what the market's doing, just like right now. I knew that when we got back to the 17, we ought to be having a little problem. Well, we've popped up above it now. And I'd like to see another little pullback down here at 16 range. I don't know if it'll give it to us or not. Oh, well, basically, Saul's pulling these levels off to the hourly and the 5-minute chart. I mean, what you see up there on the screen is basically what he's using. And the only difference between you and him is he's just had more experience at looking at it, and he can just go in there and just whoop out these levels because he's done it for so many years. Okay, give me another pullback. It takes practice, Dan. You have to reach that level of, how do I say it? Comfort. It's probably the easiest way. You just have to be able to learn to trust the levels and learn to trust in your levels and your trading, not what somebody else is doing. And a lot of this area that we're trading now is this is areas we've been in before, and I guess it's been about 2 weeks ago we were back in this area. February 18th and the 19th. It sure is having a slow, hard trudge up to that 1850 area. We got to get through 18. There is the 18. Oh, come on. One more tick. That's what we're looking for. We're also bouncing off that 19 and a quarter area. 1950. We're bouncing off that blue band. Let's see, 1950, 1750. If we bounce back down to 1750, it would not surprise me. And I didn't take the 1950. Should have. Here it is. So even though that I have a target up there at 2150, I had to respect that 1950. And I was able to get long at this thing back down here at this 17 and a quarter area. Because I was looking for that break back up to at least 1850. So we went on up to the green band and stopped. And also the green band was also at a level that I had this morning. This all had 17. That's why we were rocking around that 17 area in there. So these areas, I mean, you can't deny them. They do hold support resistance. And we do get bounces off of them. We had a little bit of support there at the 1550. I'd like to see 1750 out of it. I won't lose any money on the trade, that's for sure. I'm at break even now. It can go where it wants to. There we go. That was a little price action play that played out real well. If you're paying attention and you're watching your charts and you're paying attention to all the bands and the levels, there's a lot of really good plays during the day that are just, you get in, you have a reason. I mean, my entry on that play was 1550. I got a fill at 1550. I had less than a point My stop was at 1475, and I was looking to make 2 points. Let's see. At 2075. Yeah, it worked real well. I did. I took the 14s. I was looking for about the 18, back to that 1850 area. Yep. Good trade. We had a good reason. Didn't take any heat on the trade. Was looking to get back to the 1850 area. I think the more I mess with that blue band, the better I like it. Looking at the chart says we ought to go to 1875. But if I see it, I know everybody else in the world sees it too. So if you took the blue band, you did okay. You know, this morning, as we were going down, trading down against the 06 range, about 9:30, already knew about the 1850s and the 2150s and the 26s. I mean, that's something that I knew prior to 9:30. And so I guess my point that I'm trying to make is even though you know where this thing should go, look at all the wiggles and waggles we had to go through to get there. And so instead of trying to shoot for them long term targets, you know, I've done better just by trading off of the levels, and the reasons, the blue bands, you know, but I'm going in that direction. So we made money on all of them, and they've all worked. So for that long rendition was just basically to say, you know, even though we know where it's going, this thing makes a lot of gyrations up and down on the way to that. So there's more money to be made trading the gyrations than there are trying to buy and hold. Because this thing can turn around and run all the way back down to that 6 or 1 level, then turn around and run all the way back up. So might as well make a little while you've got it. I mean, just going back up to that 1875. I mean, we just pushed and pushed and pushed. We get up to that 1825. There's our 50. One more tick. That's going to stop. But I'm getting to where I'm not. Should we touch the 18s? Yeah, there's 1875. We're going to make another run up to that 1975 area. Then we get to see if we could break that 1975. But I also have a level sitting in there at 1950. So you got to respect that 1950 until it gets through it. That green band sitting there. I have a level sitting there. We got to the 75. Okay. Our next area would be 2150. 18, 19, 21, 22, yeah. Okay, there's our 2150. Next area of resistance going to be up at 24. 24-25 area. Gotta respect that 24. Well, guys, it's been a slow Friday, but it's been a good Friday so far. It it's a good day when it's doing what we think it should do. I guess it's a simple way to put it. It let's see, what is the high of that part there? 26.25. We have 24, or let's say we have, Saul has 24, I have 25.25, and also 26.25. It's an area, it's a zone in there that we may hit 24 and bounce back. We may hit 25.25 and bounce back. We may hit 26.25 and bounce back. We don't ever know. It's just that you just have to be aware that there's some clutter right in that area. And a lot of these numbers, I've had to adjust as we started off at 8:30 this morning. So we have our numbers that we start before 8:30. Then I'm going through and adjusting again. And I'm kind of getting midway numbers. I know that, let's see, 18 at 20. At 23.24, check 39. 24, 13, 18. At 23, 24 area, a 23 and a half. Yeah. You know, a lot of days these things hit right on the number and they turn around. Some days they track short of the numbers. Some days they overshoot the numbers, just depending on the momentum of the volatility. I think tomorrow's going to be a new moon. So maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know. Dan, you're in Dallas. Is that correct? Pedro, I'm conscious of what time I mean, if you go back and you just look at the markets reverse either probably at the start of the day, at the middle of the day, and at the end of the day, basically. I mean, they may start a little early, a little later, but you have to be aware of those times. Right now, it's slowed down. The people in Chicago or New York, they're at lunch. Then time they get back at lunch at 12, then the people in Chicago, they're going to be at lunch. So I say between 11 and 1, it just gets real slow. Then after 1 o'clock, they have to make up their mind what they want to do with this market. Okay, how are we going to position ourselves? Are we going to, if we've been long all morning, are we going to get out? Are we going to try and hold on? What is it that they see that? And that's why it's usually that one-way market, because the big guys know what they want. After about 9 o'clock in the morning, when the option pits open up and everybody hedges their position, then they start their trade. And, you know, and a lot of it has to do with you can't really you know, we're looking at the order book here, and it's coming up. And we see a 100 lot or 150 or 200 lot, and every now and then 300 lot, and just. But a lot of times you can't tell if somebody had 200 in there over the 100, and when it got real close, they yanked it. It looked like it took it. There's no way to really tell. And a lot of times when this thing opens up, you'll notice this thing will shoot one direction, then it turns around and runs all the way the other way the rest of the day. It's just kind of like it's a big head fake. They want you to think we're all going up, so they'll get everybody long. And so you think about the opening from 8:30 till 9. The option pits normally open up at about 9. So they've got to get in there, and they know what they want to do for the day, and they're hedging their position in case they're wrong. Yeah, that's about right, Pedro. 20 to 40 minutes. And but it did some strange stuff last night, I thought. So that's where I'm getting that 26. 22. Got to be trading up at 22 right now. You, Dan, I was asking you, which one of you is from around Dallas? You? Okay. You know, it doesn't really matter. Let me make sure I phrase this correctly. The way that I see it, the only true thing that we have going on for us that we can really depend on is the price action. And they can't hide. If somebody comes in here and buys 1,000 lot and it shoots up, well, price action said there's more buyers than sellers. So, and I guess price action is a big word that covers a lot of many areas. But it's just a movement of price around something. And that's kind of my definition of how I'm using it, the terminology that I'm looking at. Okay, I have a point in either a price or a point in time. It doesn't really matter. How is that price moving? You know, a lot of people say, well, you can predict the moon and the stars with candles. Well, candle doesn't have any more information in it than a bar chart. I mean, they still have the open, high, lows, and closes, and the difference between the open and the close of your bodies. So it just depending on some people say candles are easy to look at. I look at them and I get lost in the shuffle, but my eyes are trained for bar charts. So if you learn to read the price chart, you don't really have a problem. And then once you learn to do that and you play with it, you see all of these. There are so many trades in a day, it's not even funny. But you're trying to hold your commissions down and you're looking for good reasons to trade. And Saul's trying to teach you that. It's just that sometimes for me, it just, you have to hit me on the head 2 or 3 times before I get it. And, you know, it'd be nice to be able to, I tell you what, I'll give y'all and you may have already run into this. Try and teach someone else to trade. Then you can really appreciate walking in their shoes, because we all perceive things at a different pace. I guess I've been real fortunate in this, and a lot of the people, and we're going to have to get Brad to give us a list of everybody that is in Saul's classes, and because there's a lot of stuff that we can't discuss through here without giving away a lot of stuff. You know, everybody that's in his class is paid for it, so that wouldn't be fair to them. But it's nice to know who's in there, and you know, you can visit with other folks. And I've learned a lot of. There's a lot of traders in the room that I've actually learned a lot of stuff from, and everybody's got a different take on it, and they. So there's some really very talented folks in there. Let's see how that 25 is gonna pay. I completely stop like that. Well, it didn't take me. I had an order sitting there 25 quarter. Go, Bubba's. I took the upper end of that 24. I took 25 and a quarter. I would look to get 22 out of it. But it stands right now. I'm not going to lose any money on it. I'm sitting at break even, so we'll wait and see what happens. But if you did take the 24s, you're doing okay also. Bye, Timothy. Have a good weekend. Well, if we stay right here. Yeah. There we go. There's our 22. I'd look to cover them around 2150. It may go lower. I don't know. It looks like a nice spot there to get out. 2175, 22. Good trade off our levels. So we had to sit in it for like 10 minutes. I have an infamous blue band at 2150 on my smaller time frame chart. We usually get a bounce off of it. Except today it's going to look like it's going to run through it. Well, if you're still holding one, you're doing excellent. Let's see. Yeah, that's what happens when you get out too soon. It just keeps on going. Well, guys, I hope everybody's had a profitable morning this morning. Seems like all our trades have seemed to work pretty well. It's been kind of slow. Let's see, get down to the 1950. Yep. I mean, I got filled on that high. I'm impressed. And I was late getting that order in there. That thing rotated back down to a support level of 1950. Bounced off of it. I need to see a break above 23. Well, guys, this being Friday, coming up on 12 noon, we're bouncing off our levels. Some areas that we should get back to would be 24.50 and also 26 and a quarter. Now, how and when? Don't ask me that because I can't tell you that. I just trade it. But so far, it's been a decent morning. Our levels have worked. Our areas, our reasoning has worked. The only thing that might have got you if you were running your stops really close. We're back to that 19 area. And then from the 19, then Sol has 17. And then we have a blue band at 1750. Well, we've been to that blue band a bunch of times during the day. And but if you took it, but we have a blue band. We had the 17 area. We also had an 18 area, which that 18 area should have gave us a rebound back to 20, I believe, would be a reasonable area. Is it going to? I have no idea. But like I say, at this stage of the game, I'm calling it quits. It's been a pretty decent morning. It's been slow, but it's been kind of steady. Yep. And 31's up there, Dan. And like I say, it's just learning to believe in these levels, why they work. I guess they work because everybody sees them. And so everybody's jumping in on them. That's causing these things to bounce. And the blue band does play a very important part in all of this. It's, I'm trying not to take another trade. I'm sitting here looking at it going, yep, it's going to do this. It's going to do that. It's kind of like, hey, you better wait. Hey, what the heck? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. So we know. Okay. I know that at 19, I've got some resistance up there. I was able to scalp a quick little trade out of that. You know, once you learn to read this price action, there you can have 10 trades in a day just off of the price action at different times and scalp them for a point. It's better, it's better if you're trading at a level, you get a better bounce. We should have went back to 20. But, I was in it for less than a minute. I got my 1 point out of it. I got out. We ought to go back to 19. So, but the way it's setting up, something's going to have to change here quick. But there's not a whole, it's not real hard to get 10 1-point trades in a day. It's pretty simple, but you can't lose any. I mean, you can't take a 5 or 10 point loss. You just have to say, I get in here because when I got in, I put my target and my stop in, and they were, okay, one of them's going to get hit quick. But I did have a good reason to trade that. That's the only problem with me quitting. I can just keep going and going and going. It's kind of like, come on. Okay. You know you want to touch the 19. You know you want to go to 20. Right now, levels to the upside, just not levels to the upside, but targets to the upside would be 19, 22, 25, and 26. How many days trades do I take on a day average? Today, I'm probably sitting at about 20. 10, 15. You know, is a pretty standard day, I guess. There's so many, like I say, there's so many trades. And once you learn what Saul's teaching, so not only do I have all the trades he's taught me and the price action plays, but all the things that I've taken from other people that I like, I can just keep throwing them in a toolbox and using what's working. When it doesn't work, I don't use it. And it's not working today. I'm going, okay, why is it not working today? So, I mean, basically, I'm looking at what it's done in the past, and these are areas that we should get back to. So, you know, I gave you a bunch of quick ones there. Just, you know, I'm looking at 19, and the next one would be 20 for sure. And then 22, then 24.50, then 26. Now, can this thing turn around and just run down the rest of the day? Sure can. Is this a time just to jump in and buy this thing? And kind of like, no, I haven't. I mean, you could use the 17 as an area. We're just entering like a little range in here. Okay, it did that. And we are now at 12 noon. But anyway, just be careful. Today is Friday. Don't get yourself in a bad spot, especially in the afternoon. Volatility has dropped way off. Our volume's down. And it just market was been going up and the volume's been going down. So I guess the people that were going to get out are already out. So, but whatever it is, be careful. Keep your stops in. You know, rule number one is know where you're wrong, because that's most important. And say, okay, if I take this trade, I'm wrong here, and I'm looking for it to go someplace, at least 2 points or better. You know, these upside targets, they may not be hit till Sunday night or Monday. I just know that they're there. We're probably going to come back to them. But how and when, your guess is as good as mine. But I keep track of them because they do tend to pay off. And but I have to have a reason to enter the trade. And right now, just because I see the upside areas that we ought to go back to, there's no reason to get in. I mean, we're below the 17. We're above the pivot. We're kind of in no man's land here. We're below the blue band. And if we close below 20, where'd we open at? 28. I don't know. This is a new contract. I ain't gonna make that statement. But there's a few things on my charts that Saul's not running on his charts that a long time ago. This is what was standard on his charts, but he's since then cleaned them up and just using a fewer things, keeping it real simple. And the simpler you can make it, the better it is, because you're not worried about all this other stuff. You just walk it in and say, okay, let's trade. But I'm surprised we hadn't got back to that 19. And I probably had a pretty good reason to buy the 1550s, 1575 area. Looking to get back to that 19. Which would have been a good point. That would have been a good, nice 2-point scalp. So the trades are many. It's just you could have bought the 16s, you could have bought the 1575s. I had reasons for all of this, and both of them worked out just fine for a quick scalp, 2 points. And you took very little heat on the trade. And so this is where my 19 comes into play, because now if I was long one, I'd be sitting here saying, okay, I'm going to try and move up cost plus commissions and see if I can get that 19. I know that at 19 and where is it? 1950, I've got a little resistance at. But I'm looking to get to 19, so 1875 would be my out. I don't like to try, because a lot of times it'll touch it, which we should touch that thing, just like we did there. But I got out at one tick ahead of that, so we pass that up. in the net in that 1950 area. We have to respect it. And then we also have that 17 area. So I mean, there's a lot of junk piled in here close together, and it's bouncing around it. But I also know that we have that. What was it again? 2022 area. And we have a little bit of resistance up here, 20 and a quarter. So, if you're long this market, is it going to go up there? Maybe, I don't know. But, I bought it way down here. So I was able to scalp it and I got in for a good reason. I had an area, I had a reason, I had an out, and the trade just worked. We've been in this thing about 4 minutes now and it hadn't done nothing but go straight up. And I also had an area to get out at. So somewhere between 19 and 20 was my out. So you're looking at somewhere between 1550, 1575 to 16. You could have got in the thing. And, you could have got 4 or 5 points out of it. And so those are the kind of scalps that you're looking for. You just have to be patient. And did we know it was going to do this? No, we had an idea on what we could do and how far we could get it to run. And so it was worth taking the trade. And trade worked. I've done several quick scalp trades that they all work. And so when you look at a day, at the end of the day, and you put on a bunch of these things, you can mount up a lot of points pretty quick, and you can control your risk that way. But it's just learning to be patient. And like I say, if this would be to a Thursday, I'd be sitting here to the close looking, okay, I'm going to get back to here. Okay, where do I want to get in? I need it to pull back to something. I need it to bounce off of something. That's where I want to get in, or at least take a shot at it. So those are areas that we expect a reaction to come about. And so I hope I haven't confused you with a bunch of different numbers. But basically, the only thing I'm doing is I'm taking a level and buying or selling that level, looking for it to get back to some support or resistance area, which the 19 to 20, we've hit it. We're bouncing off of it. So everything worked like it should. Now, where's it going now? You could have sold the 19 or 20s. And you'd have been right doing so. I had a reason both ways. So, inside of 5 minutes, I've had 2 trades here, and both of them worked out for 2 or 3 points apiece. So there's a lot of wiggles and waggles during the day. And I'm going to quit talking now. I wish all of y'all a very well deserved weekend. Come back on Monday, be refreshed and ready to roll. And I will talk to you next week, or Saul will for sure. So y'all have a good weekend.
Hey, a couple quick programming notes. For those that are joining us on the outside, look for the link. I just sent it out. I can send it out again. I'll send it out one more time. There it goes. Just let me know if you got it. Use the chat feature to respond. For those that are in Zoom directly, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. If you'd like to move from being a monthly into Sol's Intensive, let us know. We'll set up a private time to chat about it. I'll be in the background if anybody needs us. Remember, this is a morning from 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time through about 12 noon. We stayed on a little bit longer today because we had some interesting conversation going on back and forth. We tend to use the afternoon session for Sol's Intensive and also showcasing various ideas and things centered around trading. So again, if you're coming in from the outside, join us live in Zoom. Look for zoomItlive.com, www.zoomItlive.com. And look forward to seeing you.